Should we start, like Jacob?
I guess so. Um, can you guys hear us?
Yeah,
Um,
Yep,
okay,
I can hear you.
that's very good. So
Uh,
yeah, um, okay, yeah, I'll
uh,
start with the introduction if you're fine with that. Um, so welcome everyone to our React and Volto training here. So as many of you probably know, the new front end for Plone, which is called Volto, has been developed with React. And in this two-part training, we plan to first teach you the basics of how to use React, to use that to write your own apps and uh, work with that. And in the second part, which will be tomorrow, we'll show you in detail how to use your knowledge gained today to customize Volto, create your own Volto-based projects, and or contribute yourself to the Volto core library. Um, Today, the training will be given by my lovely colleague Alok, um, and I'll stay mainly in the background, watching the chat, us answering questions if you have any. Uh, yeah, and tomorrow it will be the other way around. So I'll be given the training, and Alok will help out in the chat. So uh, I give the stage to Alok.
okay, so hello everyone. I am Alok, and I work for the Kit Concept as a front-end developer, and I mostly work on the Volto, like the Volto and the stuff related to the front end. And I think that it is not feasible for us to like introduce to everyone, like who are in the meeting, like for the training. So I think that we should come at a middle ground. Like I am thinking that we should have a break after every 1 hour, I guess. Like it will work for you. Like for every after 1 hour, we'll take a break of 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
I guess that's fine. In Zoom, I think you have the possibility to click those small yes and no buttons. So if you agree with stuff we say when we ask questions, you feel free to use those to show
Yeah,
your
that's
opinion on
where we
stuff.
can know. And then if you have any question regarding like during the training session, you can ask it in the Slack. Maybe Jacob can help it there. And if I saw that the question is needs to be discussed, like for everyone, then we can discuss it on the Zoom. Like I can answer that. And I think that's it. Like, yeah. Okay, then I think that we should proceed like for the React training. So that's the introduction part. And so what will we do? Like what will we do in the training? Like what are the tools we use? So we mainly use React, and then we'll create React app. As you know that create React app is a boilerplate for the React for to getting started as soon as possible. Like we do not have to configure anything. Just create a project and start. And for installing the dependency, we use Yarn. If you have do not have Yarn, if you have the npm, it also works. Like it's but use only one, like whether you use Yarn or npm. And for writing the template, as you know that React is a template engine, so we will use JSX. And for our state management, we use Redux, and for routing on the client side, we use React Router. So after the training, you will be have a good understanding of the React and Redux and the React router, which is needed for the Volto, like for developing the Volto sites. So yeah, that's it. Like this is what we will get at the end of this training. And then tomorrow, Jacob will continue with the Volto thing. Okay, so I do not know whether you are following on the code editor or you just want to follow me like just explaining the things and that and explaining the things. I do not know. Like if you follow me like on the code editor, like when we go through the training and you do the you also do the coding part, please tell me, like just wait for a second, I will complete this one and then we can proceed, and I can wait for that like for 1 or 2 minutes. And if you are just watching, it will not help you much. Like you can also like watch it like by your own, but if you following with the coding part also, it will be great. But I just want to ask you only one question, like how much you all familiar with this thing, because then it will be easy for me to explain and like to guide you like to where to stop or not. You can tell me, like you can tell me. Because it is not feasible for me to see everyone.
Hello, how are you? I already did this bootstrapping until the end of
Mhm.
the chapter 2.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the training.
Okay.
Yeah, Alok, I guess just uh, do a quick walkthrough through the bootstrapping for people who haven't done that yet. Um, and people, please, if you can't follow along because we're too fast for anything, let us know in the chat. We'll go slower then.
Yeah. So I think that if you already install this thing like the npm, I can like explain like, and then I can go further. Like npm is just for the node package manager. Like if you have npm installed on your local machine, you can install any node version like quickly, like 8, 10, 12 or lts. So it's just a package manager for the node. And then we have this yarn for the dependency installing, or whether if you have this node thingy, then npm comes with that, so you do not need to install the yarn, or like if you do not want to. So how you can just bootstrap a project, you know that we are using create react app for the boilerplate. And once you run the create react app, and you can put your, this my app is just for your app project, like you can put whatever name you want. So once you bootstrap the project with the create react app, you will see this folder structure. Like you have this readme.file, node modules, package, getting node, public folder, and the source. And we mostly work on the source file, on the source directory. So I think that you can run the project like once you install, like everything is like there. Like once the create react app finish, it will give you like cd my app and yarn start, so you can just start with that. Should I proceed, like should I go to the next chapter, because it is just a starting point?
Do you have instructions on how to install NVM on non-Unix on Windows?
Um,
Hmm.
I guess check out the NVM website for instructions on that. To be honest, I haven't, at least for my part, I haven't tried that on Windows yet.
If you do not have this nvm, you can also install the just node in the windows and it will work. It is just for convenience, like for if you have different projects locally, and if you want different node version for the different project, then it helps you. Like if one project is running at 10, one is 12, then you do not have to just switch between them. Using NVM, you can switch it faster. But if you just install Node in Windows, it will be fine. Like if there is Node in your machine, it will be fine. Can you do that? Like,
Yeah, I can try
okay,
that.
so I think that I should proceed.
I
Okay.
guess so. I guess so.
Okay, so like everybody on the ground, like everybody's project is started. Okay, so once you done with the bootstrapping thing, using the create react app, and when you go to like source folder and the app.js file, you will see this code, like this thingy. And this is the latest code, like you can see this, and I'm just going to explain it. Like in React, you can define the function component, like you can declare a function, and this function is called the component. Like whatever you return from it, like you can only return the JSX from the return statement, and the JX is like a inline HTML. Like JSX is just a extended version of the HTML, which provides you just some method to write the HTML. Like JX is the same as the HTML, but the main difference between the JSX and the HTML is that JSX is converted into the internal React element, and using the React DOM renderer, and then this JSX is converted into the original HTML tags. This is not the original HTML tags. This is just a synthetic sugar on the like the HTML tag. So you can write like the tags are the same, like the div, header, image, everything is the same. But notice that we are using class name, not the class, and that's the difference. For the first point, like you can't use the class because then React will not differentiate between our JSX template and the original HTML class element. That's why we have these differences in the React part, like you use a class name instead of the class. So in React, we uses like we do the same thing. Like if you want to import a logo, like you just put logo.svg or anything app.css, and you can see that like in here, we just put this curly braces and logo. So in React, if you want to just write any JavaScript thing in the return, like in return part, then you have to use these curly braces, and then you can put any JavaScript there. Then JSX will treat it as a JavaScript and resolve it according to the import statement. Like if you have this import logo, this source will, when you compile this and run this, then this source is point to the uh, correct path of the logo.svg. So you can see this. This is just the simple code. So I think that you understand like how to write a simple component, like a simple JSX element. It's totally same as the HTML. Like you write the HTML tag same to same in the JSX. You do not need to take care of like anything. Whatever you acknowledge the HTML, just write it in the return statement. Is that fine for you? Can anybody speak like yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, I guess.
Oh, okay, so this will be the simple, like the first exercise, and I will give some time, like 2 to 3 minutes, because it is just our first exercise, and then we can fast forward it. Like you just have to change the app.js file. Like you have to just edit this return thingy, and you have to write one question, what does Plone Foundation do? And you have the answers, and this have why does Plone need foundation? And this is the answer. And just for the styling, for the tag, you have to use the unordered list for each frequently asked question, like S2 tag for the question and paragraph tag for the answer. And the overall FAQ is uh, under the unordered list. So that will be like an easy thing to do. I just wait for 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Someone has to say like, I done that or something like that. Then I can proceed. In meantime, if you have any question, you can ask. Like, should I show the solution? Should I proceed?
Wait a sec.
I think that's the enough time. You just have to do the unordered list, and you just have to write the S2 tag and the S2 tag for the question and the P tag for the answer. You just have to edit this part, this return. Should I go ahead? Someone does
I
that?
guess so.
Like,
I guess so. I'd say when we're too fast, people should let us know that way around. Because when we always
yeah,
wait for
yeah.
everyone to say they're fine, we won't be finished at any time today. Yeah. Let's proceed.
So yeah, proceed.
Okay. I think that so. Okay, so this is the solution. Like I just messed it up. So in you just have to this that's like you have this function like a function component, and you name it as like the app, and you just have to return like you write as a simple ul another list, and then you put a list item like where s2 is the question and the paragraph tag for the answer, s2 for the question and the paragraph tag for the answer. And when you run the get diff, like in your terminal, you can see this, like we have changed this to ul list, and that's the difference. Like this is what we made. So like in React, like just like for I previously
Alok,
explained like,
maybe
what the
wait
JS.
another minute so people who weren't finished yet can paste in the code.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, for those who are coding along and don't want to type in everything by hand, this might come in pretty handy. This is the training we're following at the moment, so you can copy paste things from there. So you don't need to type in all the stuff from the Zoom screen. Yeah. Okay, I'd say we can continue now.
Yeah. So as I explained further, uh, like React uses this JSX as a special format. Like it is the same as the HTML tag. The only difference between is that when you write the JSX and when you build the component, React transform this JSX into valid HTML. Okay, so the what is the difference between the JSX and the like the pure HTML tag? So why does React does that? Like why it not allow you to just write our like the custom, like the default HTML tag, and why they put this synthetic sugar onto that? Like behind the scene, when you write this JSX, it is converted into the React.create element. Like if you see, like I can, if you like I can show you, like I do not have, like it will be just an object, like whatever you write into whatever you write into the like I can show you, like it will be like just I can show you like how it's compiled. How I can do that? I can write it like JSX, I think so, and we can just copy it from there. And I think that it is just compiled into the React.create element. Mm. Okay, so you can see that, like I do not know, like you can see that. You can see that we write this JSX in the return statement, like this one, div class name app, header class name app. So when you build our React part, like when you type in like yarn start, what does that? Does React convert this whole component into its internal API, like this one, React.create element. And this is the object which is passed to the DOM, and then React create a DOM tree by himself, and then it pushes all the content to the DOM, like creates the DOM element from this create element thing, and then you see this whole website. So you can see that like we have this div class name app and the header, and you can on right you can see that like it's the same thing, like React.create element div, and then we have this curly braces, like this is the object. And you can see that we are providing like the class name apps and the app header, like, and then we have this image thing, and it goes like this is the current representation of this code. Like when you transform, like when we transform this React, when React transforms the JSX to its original JavaScript. I am not able to click it. Okay, so I think that we have solid knowledge, like why we need this JSX and what the React does behind that. Like it just convert your JSX to HTML tag, like a valid JavaScript, and this valid JavaScript is then initiated by the React in the background, and React create the actual class, and then it is pushed to the browser, and we see the content, like whatever we write. And one thing, like I can show you, I already told you, like in React, React treated everything as a resource, like direct resource. Like we can directly do that. Like we imported logo from logo.svg, and we can directly put into the source, and React will transpile it correctly. Like it will replace when you compile this, the React will convert this logo to a proper URL. Okay, so how we can style any component in React? Like when you can see in your app.jsx, you can see that we are importing the app.css file. So it is the same like what you do in default HTML, like put the class on the element, and whatever you write the CSS in .css, it gets applied. So it's your next exercise to style the current FAQ. Like you have to remove the dot of each item, and the question should be underlined. Like when you have this list thingy, you would see a dot on the left side. You have to remove that, and the S2 should be underlined. And that's the exercise. Do not see the solution like on the first try, and then if you are just following us on training.
Yep. Give some time, Alok.
I think that I can give a pointer. Just remove all the CSS like the previous, and just add the class name like you already have, and just write the CSS in app.css file, and then you can see it in localhost 3000. So for underline, you can use text decoration, and for list style, you can think of. Should I proceed? Has anybody finished that?
Um, the, okay. Adrian Schultz says he's ready for the next step. Yeah, yeah. People are starting to say they are ready. I guess we can continue.
Okay, so the solution for exercise will be like simple. Like we'll put a class name to list item. Like as the question says that we have to remove the dot on each item, and the dot come from the list styling. So we put a class name FAQ item to the list thingy, and we have to underline the S2. So we put the class name questions. Like you can write whatever you want. And for just the underlying thing, I told you like you can just write a simple as you do in regular CSS, like you just reference the class name and written down text decoration underline. And for removing those dot bullet point, you just say list style type to none, and it will be removed. Like and and when you save it and when you do git diff, you will see that we have do these changes. Like we added the class name, question, class name, and then we just style. Okay, so I think that everybody does that. Or you have just 1 minute more, like to fix it. Should I proceed? Like Jacob, can you tell me? Like, should I
Uh,
go with
didn't
this?
get any feedback from the chat yet, people. Do you want to have more time, or are you good? Okay. Yeah. I'd say proceed.
Okay. So as we know that like in why do we use React? Like why can't we just do the simple HTML thing and write those HTML pages and we just do that? So one of the main feature of React is like you can compose your own component. Like you can create your component and then you can use this component whatever in whatever component do you want. Like we can create a component like for a component for everything, like for the author thing, and then you can use this author component everywhere wherever you want to put the author. If you make a component and we want this like on your 4 pages, like you support in this babel in profile or in just like on the chatting, like you can put a comment into the chat and you do not have to write this comment component everywhere. You can just create a simple comment component in your project, and you can just import it from the project, and the functionality will work same like everywhere. Like whatever wherever you put this comment component, will get the same comment component everywhere. So we'll convert this FAQ thing, like the FAQ component, into a reusable one. Like we can pass a question and the answer to the FAQ item, and we'll the see the same result which we see previous, like wherever we code like directly, like when you just coded by the hardware. Like we do not create any component, we just put this S2 and the LI things there. So what we does is like we create a FAQ item component. Okay, so we just create another function. And one thing you notice that we have just changed from the function component to the class component, because like we do not want you to like confuse between the function component and the class component, because most of the Volto code is still uses this class component. Like because it's a big project, we can't refactor it's everything in the function component. So we're planning to convert it, but we for the training purpose or for sake of this time, we are just using this class component. So in class component, what we did is like we have this render method, and in render method we return our HTML. So we just have just the syntax is changed. Like instead of function, we write this class app extend component, and in render method you put this return statement, and we'll see the same UI which you see earlier. So for converting this to the reusable component, we'll create a FAQ item like the component, and we'll pass this question and the answer. And the one question which will be asked, like how I can access this question and the answer in the FAQ item. So you can access the question and the answer in the FAQ item using the props. Like the props will be like that. Whatever you pass to the FAQ items, like it gets converted into object, and the name of the object is props, and this props object is passed to this component. So whenever you want to access the properties which is passed to the FAQ item, you can do that by this dot props dot question, like this dot props and whatever property. Like we are passing question, you can do the question, answer, your name or something, like whatever you pass to this component, you can access it. So this will be the difference. Like if we write our previous like the component, if you can see like we are doing it into the function component, but in now you can see in diff, like we change it to the class component, and we just changes like that, like we remove the listing S2 and the P thing, and you can see that we passed the S2, like what does the Plone foundation, to the question, like the question properties, and the paragraph thing as the answer. You can see like we do this for the other question also. Like for the question, why does Plone need foundation, and this is the S2 earlier, and now we're passing as the question, and for answer we are just passing the paragraph tag. So your exercise will be like to create a FAQ item component in component folder, Okay, and which renders the same output like the previous one. And for adding the style, like when you when you create the style, you can remove the app.css from there, and you can just move it to the component FAQ item.css. And you just import the FAQ item.css into your FAQ item component, and then you are good. And that's it. Like that's your exercise. Like you have to write the same like this class app extend component, and we write is for the FAQ item thingy, and you just have to access this question and the answer, and you have to render the same view what we did in the previous, like this S2 and the P thing. Like the S2 thing will be the question and the P thing will be the answer.
Okay. First people are saying they're done. Maybe give it a few more minutes, and I think.
Okay, so I think that I
time
should
to
explain
continue.
Yes, this
Yeah.
agent
I also said 3 ready.
here. It
Yeah,
said
Adrian?
cannot find the module components slash FAQ item.
Okay, so
Did
maybe
you-
you do not exported the component. Can you do that? Like,
Oh, okay.
export
Do we put
default-
the components inside the source code or in the root folder?
inside the, I think, source folder, if I'm not mistaken, you create the components folder, and inside there you create that component, right, Alok?
yeah, I can show you. Like if you see this source this source thingy,
Yeah.
and in this source directory, you will create a module like the component, like where you put all your components there, create a directory called components, and then create a directory like whatever you, like I will go with the directory, like the FAQ item, and then we create FAQ item.jsx, put your code, and just import it into the app.js or JSX.
Can I share my screen
And
to
then
you to show real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it not
you can
if
do
it
that.
does not take too long, we can do that. One sec. I'll give you the permission.
Okay, I want to share my screen. It won't let me share my screen.
One sec. Doesn't seem that. Okay. I need to allow multiple participants. Maybe now.
Yes. Can you see? So I create components and FAQ.js in here.
One sec.
Can you see my screen?
View options.
You
Okay.
just
Here we go.
try
Yeah,
text
I can see.
this.
I can see.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so right now the error is module not found. Can we solve this in the FAQ item? But it looks that I
Import React. Import.
Maybe you need
component.
because you are in the app.js.
you mean dot.
I guess so.
Another dot here, but the
No,
FAQ
I
is
don't think so. I don't think so. The path there should be
Like
fine.
you can do it. Can you see my screen? You have to do this one. Import FAQ item from .components/FAQ item. And in components folder, you just have to create FAQ item.jsx, and you have to write code. Just it and export default FAQ item. And then you are good.
Yeah, can you show the FAQ item again? Export default FAQ.
oh
item.
okay. So I need to I don't need to add the JS here, or I need to. Are you talking about
No,
line 15?
Line.
All looks
I can't.
pretty okay to me. I mean, the import of ./FAQ item.css won't work because you haven't created that yet. But oh yeah, you have.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
created.
my bad.
Yeah, I created
My
item
bad.
.js. Is this something wrong with the? I think
From
the directory.
components. Are there any typos? Maybe. No, I don't.
Like
think
it's
so.
Is it?
component.
Do you?
Maybe we restart the application again.
I think it's in the wrong folder.
Is it? Oh, not too good.
Yeah.
It's
So
components FAQ item dot app
in the
dot
right folder.
checks.
compile with warning. I think it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
But just some warning right now. Yes.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, then. Okay.
Volto
Yeah,
is defined but never
I'll stop
used.
the screen sharing for you. Okay, you already
Thank
did.
you.
Okay, yeah, then I think we can continue. That should have given other people plenty of time to finish this task. Except there are any more questions or problems that popped up right now.
Okay, so I will just go with the solution.
Just as a general hint, like we just saw with Adrian's problem, if you run into those errors and can't really nail them down, sometimes just restart the node process. Sometimes it fails to watch new files or something like those bad things. that oftentimes helps.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so we'll just see like you have to just create a FAQ item like a component in the component folder, and you also have to create a FAQ item.css, and you have to put those CSS, like I can just show you the solution. Like you just have to create this simple component like class FAQ item extend components, and you have to create this render method so that React knows like what to render, and in return you just have to do the same thing like what I told, like you have this S2 for the question, and I already told you like you can access the properties using the props, and this dot prop for the for paragraph, and we have this answer thingy. And for the CSS, you just have to copy this app.css folder to the FAQ item.css, and you have to export default this FAQ item. So why we exported? Because we are just creating the modules, like we are exporting it as a modules, like it can be imported anywhere, like in our whole structure, like a whole project. That's why we need to export that. Okay, so then one question will be like, how we can like we'll create this component, okay? And what if I misses these properties, like the question properties? Then I am not able to see the questions. And for a user point of view or for the developer point of view, I will just see the question, like I will must see a warning like what's the missing part I am like uh, like take an example is like that, like Jakob written this component, and I have to use it, like I have to implement in the another project or on the same project, but I can't contact Jakob, like he might left the company or something like that, and he written on this component. So I do not know what will be the properties which will be necessary for this component. Okay, so how I can found as whether this properties is like required or not for this component. So there must be an API for that, like which can help us to write this like, okay, if you want to use this component, you have to provide these properties. Without these properties, this component will be failed. So for this, we came to the concept of like the property validation, and we can do the property validation like using a module called prop types, which React provides us. So what will be like what does a prop types does? Like it will just give you console warning in the console in the browser, like you are missing this properties and you have to pass it for using this component. So how we can define this prop types? So you can see that in FAQ item, we are passing two properties. The first one is the question and the second one is the answer. And for any frequently asked question component, you must have question, and for every question we must have the answer. So this will be the required property. Without these two properties, we can't we break the app. Like if you do not provide an answer for the question, then a user can't see the answer. And like if you do not provide the question and you just provide the answer, then user does not know whether what the answer is for. So these are the both required. So how you can define that? Like you just import prop types from the prop types modules, which are already provided by the React, and then you can just do like you can define the properties on a static prop types, and you pass an object like whatever properties which you want to be defined, like the question one, and you will do like is prop types dot string dot is required. Like if we are asking that like the question must be a string type. Like if you provide a question as an object, it will tell you an error. Like a question must be an string, and is required property is telling like you have to pass the question properties. So is required is for that, and it is same for the answer. Like you define the prop types, and then the string, like the answer must be of type string, and this property is required by this component. If you do not provide this, then it will show you the error. So now you have to do this like just import the prop types from the prop types package, and just give it a sort like this one, like a static prop types, and this one. Just write it and we can go ahead like. Okay, so prop types is just for the validation purpose, like whether this properties is required or not.
Yeah, the application will work completely fine also without this. This is mainly
It is mainly for the
designer.
developer purpose,
Yeah.
like where to get to know like, okay, so this is the required feature to work correctly fine for this component. If you do not provide the required function, it will be like breaking, like something is broken in the component. So it is will be like the TypeScript thing, like whether you statically implies whether this component works or not. And you can and for this you can just check it by just remove the question property from the FAQ item. You'll see a console. Like if you are following to the code, you can check it, like whether the prop tax is working or not. Just remove the question properties from the FAQ item which you passed from the app.js file. You'll see a console log.
Okay. First one's finished.
Okay.
So then give it 1 or 2 more minutes. Okay, yeah. People are ready. Continue.
Okay. Okay. So we are now looking on the testing, like you created a component, okay? And now we have to test it, because testing is also important, because it will tell whether our app is working or not. Like when you refactor any component or anything, like whenever a new guy came and whether you add a new feature, if you have test, then you will run into problem. Like you added a feature and you broke something. So the testing will help you, like, so the testing will help you like you do not break the existing thing and just continue with the new thing. Like it will be like your, like a manager, like, okay, just do the refactor or something, like add this feature. I will guide you, like, okay, so the previous thing is working and now the new things is working. So for this we use this snapshot testing. So you can just think of like, what is this snapshot? So a snapshot is just a object validation of your component. You see, like in our first, like in my first slide, like I talk you like the Babel thing, like where I can show you like this JSX is just converted into this React.create element. So what the snapshot will do is like it will take your component and it will create the same uh, structure what you see into the view component. Like it will generate your HTML block from this FAQ items. So what this component will what it helps you, like when you change these properties, like this question and the answer thingy, then this change is also reflected in your snapshot. Like you'll see that, okay, we are passing this question and this answer thing, and now I am passing this thing, like another like question answer and the vote, like the popularity meter. So in this parameter, it will help you, like when you push this change, you have to update this component, like you have to update this snapshot, like so that you can see that, like, okay, so I have this previous component and now I have this component. So it will just give you the differences of the component, like, okay, so what it does previously and now what it does, like now, like by adding this popularity meter or something. So you can write a simple snapshot testing, like you have to add this, like the React test renderer, which will render your component. Like you can see is there, like a render.create will render this FAQ item on the backend, and we will get this component. And then this component is converted into the JSON file, like the JSON structure. And we accept this JSON to the math component. Like we'll store this JSON. Like if you do it first time, what will do is like it convert the JSON and store it. And when you like added this another property, like the popularity meter or the vote, Then when this component render, it will also add the new properties called the voltmeter or the popularity meter. And when it try to match with the snapshot, it will fail. So we can so you can see that there is the difference. Like, okay, so this is the previous feature and this is the new feature, and then it will helps you like, okay, so we are making these changes, which helps you like in decision making. Okay, so whether you want this feature or not. And then you have to run the yarn test, and you will see that the test is passing. And you can also test it by just remove the answer or question, and then run the yarn test. We'll see that it will be fail because we make it changes. Okay, you need to create a file called FAQ item test.js. I have one fail and one pass. Yeah, because you might change, because in you just have to remove this app.test.js. You did not did that. That's why it's failing, because we changed the app.jsx.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Can you say again what we removed what at the app.js?
App.js is our like the index file. Like in source we have this app.js, and where we will containing this whole component.
Yeah, but if I got that right, you should remove the app.test.js, right, Alok?
Yeah. You have to remove
Exactly.
this app.test.js.
That's why it's failing.
App dot. I need to add another one.
No,
Another
remove.
document. App.test.js.
No.
If you still have the app.test.js, remove that.
Actually, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have
Okay.
it.
But you still have one test failing. Right?
Yeah. I have the one test failing. It's the. Can I share my screen to let you have a look?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. So right now, I just copy and paste all the thing, and then added a FAQ item
Item.test.js.
.test.js, and then this is all the thing here. And then when I run the yarn test, it will.
Yes, you still have app.test.js in your root.
Oh, okay. Oh, this one
Oh,
we're
yeah.
talking about. Okay.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
oh, so delete. And then
Get rid of that for now. There you go.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. So everyone on the same position, like they did that. This testing.
I'm not completely clear on how what it's comparing. How does it know?
Okay, so so what is the like when you render dot create and you pass this component, this render.create this markup for your FAQ item. Like it will store your S2 thingy. Sorry, like if you have this FAQ item and whatever markup you have written in the FAQ item, it will be generated like the same HTML, and it is converted into the .json file. Like it will store your S2, the paragraph, your class name, and everything. And when you change these properties or your markup, it will just compare with the previous one. Okay, like we have this S2 thing, and you just change this to S3, and then you try to push it. Like someone wants to just push it to the production, it will fails because it will compare that the previous component has this S2 in place, and now it has S3. So there to be some like review or something must be taken, like whether you want or not. If you want that, like the S2 must be changed to S3, then you update the snapshot. And if you just want the same feature, we can't merge this pull request. You just tell them to revert that change. That's the
Okay,
thing.
thank
That's
you.
the way it's like stored. Okay, so this snapshot is from file. Like it also has file. I think so. You can also like you must have this snapshot file. From there, it will match the snapshot. But you can also have this inline or inline. You have a file for the snapshot, and if not, you can have this inline thing also. Like you can look into that. I have one fail and one pass. Please check that you remove the app.test.js file in the root, like in the source. Like this one, like I can go to Bootstrap. Okay, so in source, you have this like app.test.js, just remove that. My app source app.test.js.
Yeah, I think we should continue now because I mean, those test thingies, if they are still failing, this is not breaking for now. Even if you still have
No,
those failing tests, we can take a look at this at a later point of time because that won't break the functionality of your app and won't stop you from continuing the training.
And I think that is mostly because of the app.test.jsx. I think.
Yeah,
like if you remove that
so.
and run.
But yeah.
Like I want, okay, it's related to the source component, a snapshot. Yeah, it's where it's a store.
He should be able to fix that by running yarn test-u, I think, right? Using the automatic.
Yeah, you can do that like. Yeah.
So the yarn test-u. With that, you should be able to upgrade a snapshot to your latest component automatically. Okay, yeah, let's move on.
Okay. Okay, so now we can know that React is a dynamic, like React is dynamic in nature. Okay, so what if we want to update the question or the answer? Like what if we want to update the question and the answer? How we can do that? If we, is there someone?
No, there's just someone typing, but
Sorry, that was me.
no problem, no problem.
Okay. No. Okay. Okay, so how to how to use the state in the component? Uh, as you know that React is dynamic in nature, and at some point of time, we do not want to rely like on the static content, like you just typed one question and just left it there, and it's already it's present on that, like it's remain at the same for like 1 hour or for 1 year or 2 year. What if you want to update this question and the answer? How we can do that? For that, React provides a method called state. Like what is the state is that? A state is like your mutable data structure, which is present in which is scope to the local component. Like you can declare a state for every component. Like for every class component, you can declare a state, and you can put all the dynamic content nature into data sets which you want to modify. Like if you want to change something onto the page, like if you have this FAQ item and if you want to hide this answer, how we can do that? For that, we must have this something like a Boolean value or something like that, whether we want to show the answer or not. So if we want this type of feature, how we can do that? Like where you store this show answer thing, like how we can update that? Like if it's already like all the things are in a static, we can't do that. For that, React provides us this state thing. Like, and you can declare a state for this current component. Like when you visit this component, this component will look like this. And if you want to modify this component based on the user experience, you use this state for manipulating the view. So when we change the state, like the current state will be this one. If we change the state of the view, the React will re-render itself, and it will show the updated content view for the current component. Like if you have this, let us take an example like the answer thing. Like if you want to show the answer, and firstly, when you visit this FAQ item, we hide the answer. And when the user clicks on a button or the question, then the answer will pop up. Like how we can do that? So think of it like that. When you click onto the question thing, the React will update its state, like whether it want to show the answer or not. Once you updated the state, React will re-render itself, and it will show you the answer. And that's the way we can do that. So we are going to set the state for this component, and we're going to set this for the FAQ thing, this FAQ. And we do that like this. We'll write this .state in the component, and we pass this array to this FAQ. And then we render this state FAQ using the FAQ item by just mapping over the state of this component. Okay, so anybody like did that?
No replies in the chat yet. Okay. Ramiro
Yeah.
is done. Eric
Okay.
got it. Yeah.
We just want this state for later one for updating the component. Like if we want to update the question and the answer for the FAQ or anything.
Yeah, but
Yes, I'm ready. But I just have a question. Can you explain a little bit about the lines 6 and 7? What is the super props mean?
Yeah. Okay, so you know that like every class has this constructor thing, like in which we define some properties related to it. And another thing is this super and this props. So what does this super is does this? Like if you can see that like the app extends the component, means that app is inheriting the component class. And for initializing the component class, for calling the component constructor, we are using this super. So what does this super is does like super calls the parent of this class, like the current class. And that's why we are passing props. You can also not pass props, but it is recommended that we can you should pass the props.
Oh, okay. Does
Did I
every
answer that,
do,
or
do we
should I
have to do
explain more?
this for every components we have, or it's just for the app.js?
For every class-based
No.
component that uses state, right?
Yeah, whether you use a state, you have to do that because you can see that like app is inheriting the component class, which is provided by the React. Okay.
Yeah.
You can see that. Yeah, like
Yes.
we are importing component class from the React and then we are extending it. So in for the typical class component, you can say that app is inheriting the component class. Like app can use some method which is provided by the component. And for initializing that, initializing that method, you use this super one. So this super calls the constructor of this component and pass these props, like whatever we are getting.
Oh, I see. Got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like that. Like maybe there is some method defines in the component class, which also need these props. So this component class also initialize these props, and then you can just use the method which provided by the component. Yeah, for that.
Okay. I think we can move on.
Yeah. So if you do the git diff, you will get to know that like we just refactor it. Like we remove this FAQ item, like we remove just the question and the answer and just initialize the stress and just put it this array of question and answer there. Okay, so it is just the new edition. Like if you see the current, like the current React, it will like previously you can't, before the 16.8 you can't declare the state into the functional component. So there are like that we have this class thingy where you can define the state, but the function component does not have this state thing. Like you can't define the state in the function component. But in 16.8 version of React, the hooks came into pictures. What it does, it like it lets you define the state for the functional component also. And that's the the main selling point for the React for the current like this year. Like they all like talking about the hooks, and you can see like we all are like the buzzword, like what is this hooks. So how you define this state thing into the functional component, it will just for the additional purpose, like you should know that like it's present there, like you can define the state. Like you just have to import the use state from the React, like it's one of the hooks which presented by the React. And you just do that, like use state FAQ and set FAQ. We are just this destructuring that. You just returns an array, and this is the ES6 feature. Like we can destructure the array and rename it to FAQ or set FAQ. You can do like anything. and we just put the question and the answer. It is just like the same, like this state thing, like this one, but we just use the hooks for that. And that's the only thing changed. And we have the same
Yeah,
thing like FAQ items.
I think the people don't should not do that now, right? This is only so you know how it would work if you'd be using a functional component and not a class-based component, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it is just for the knowledge purpose, like it's all like you can define a state now in the function component, and you can also use like the class component and the function component, but you have to learn this both thing because the current Volto like depends on the both. Like sometimes we use the function component also, and sometimes we use class component also. Like our new feature is just use the function component because it's the like the buzzing feature, or like we are just using that. And for the legacy code we use this class component, so you must have to know like yes, there is something which is present there and you can do that. Okay, so this is what I am talking about, like why we do that, like why you move this whole code to the state or something like that. It is just for updating it. Like, so this is your exercise. Like you want to able to show and hide the answer when you click onto the question, like you have this question thing, and when you click onto that, then we'll show the answer. And for that you have to just do is like add a state variable to the FAQ item component, which keep the state of the answer like being shown, like whether it is shown or not, and adjust the render method to show or hide the answer. So what you have to do is like go to the FAQ item, just define the state, like whether the answer is shown or not, and just toggle it. And how you can do that, like I can tell you. And you can do that by using the set state function, but I think that you need that, but just try it out, like how you define the state or thing like that. Just add the state and then we can take care of that, like how we do that, like how we can toggle the render. And so okay, so I think that in meantime I can explain one question, like is there a preference in using ESC class versus function to define a component, like reason to use one or other community norms? So you can think of it like think of it like it is the two approach, like how we are going to solve a simple addition problem. Like we have this 3 addition, like 2 plus 4 plus 6. And how you do that, like some people like do like 6 plus 2 plus 4, or someone like 4 plus 6 plus 2, like 10 plus 2 equals to 12. So this is the same thing using the class and the function. Like whatever you can do with the class, we can do it the function thing, and whatever you do with the function, you can do it the class, like the class component for declaring that.
Not entirely, I think. That there are few niche features that you can only do with class components, I think. And in class components,
I think
on the
that
other hand, you can't use hooks, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
yeah,
In class
exactly. As
component,
Mike
we can't
discussed.
use hooks like, yeah, and that's the thing, like the hook only provided for you for the functional component. So what does hooks enables you to define the same features what you define into the component, like for the class component into the function component. So I think that we can do pretty much everything what we do with the class component with the function component by using the use ref or the something like that. Like you can do everything. Like when I am just investigating about it, like you can do it like everything. But there are some learning curve, like how you can define some neat feature from the class component to the function component. Like you have to do some complex thing, like for maintaining the state and everything. Like you can think of like it like that. Like in class we have this component did mount life cycle. We will talk about like later like how this life cycle works, but it mainly defined is like you can do like everything like with the function component, and that's the current future I think. Like because in that way you have this only one approach to learn. You do not have to learn the class component for the one thing and the function for the another thing. You just learn one thing like the function or class. So, and what the previous developer does that they use the state for the class component, and for function component, for the dumb component, they use function thing. And that's where the mess comes up. Like you have to learn this both thing. And for from now on, like from the React 16.8, like by introducing the hooks, you just have to learn one thing. Just learn the hooks, and you can do everything with the function, like everything, whatever it is provided by the class. So that's the community norms, I think so. That's why React updated every their like the docs and everything to use the hooks. And they're also working on their React side for removing the class thingy, like not deprecated it, but focusing on the hooks. That's why I think the community norms will be like just go with the hooks and learn one thing.
Okay, yeah. Anders is asking for a break. Alok, what do you think? Shall we take a small
I think
break
that we
after
just
this exercise?
yeah, I think that we can take a small break after this exercise.
Okay. Yeah, how are you people doing with the current exercise? Anyone already done? Warning if it... yeah, Anders is asking
Okay.
about the key prop. Can you
Mhm.
elaborate on that, Alok?
Yeah. So you can see that like we have this UL thing and we are mapping over the FAQ items. Like I can show you like the state thing. Like we are mapping this dot state of FAQ item and we are doing that. So what does React does is like when you see React, like why it's so performance, like because it does not update the DOM every time. Like it matches the every from the previous render, created a new tree and diff the new changes with the previous, and if this div or tag updated, then it's update all the element. So what does this key thing is does is that it will give a FAQ items to FAQ item a type value or a unique nature, or you can say a unique ID. And if this key is present for that component, the React will differentiate that. And if this key is present and React will find that, then React will not create this component entirely from the scratch. It just replace element from the next render, and that's why it was more performant. So think of it like is that we have this div thing and we render your name, like whatever your name is, and we have this keep prop to this element, and it is like first index or second index. And what does this that when you re-render this component, like this FAQ component, React will create a new tree, and it will compare your previous render and the next render. And it will find is that like next render this array, like it will find this FAQ item is rendering, and the next div is also div. So it will remember that, okay, we have this key prop, and this is the same thing, like the same index. We just want to update the inner text, like from the new name or something like that. And if you do not pass this key prop, the React will does not like does not able to find the previous thing, and it will update the whole component, and that will be expensive. Like like you can do it like you can understand it by with the input thing. Like if you put like a input value for the FAQ item, and if you pass this key prop, and we have this focus statement for the first index, then React will re-enter it, and it will find us, okay, this is the key one, and the previous also has this key property. Then we'll keep the focus to the this input element. But if we do not provide the this key element, then React will not able to differentiate that whether is this input or the another input, and then it will be not able to maintain this focus for that. That's why we use this key features, like for
Alok,
differentiating.
I just created the key prop, how it should look like for the others in my VS Code. I think I'm sharing my screen currently, so if you wanted to have a look at that, this is how you implement that key thingy into your code. So in the map function, add that index thing, which is just a counter counting up, and you can use that as the key for the element.
And one thing that React does not tell you to use this index thingy, because it will be like the same. Because if you have this object, it will have the same index. So they tell you to use this unique key, and you can do this by any UUID or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
But it is also like for quick fix, you can use the index thingy.
Yeah.
So if
the
when
way
when
I do it here is not recommended, but it's just a quick fix.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could also go like,
so
could you use this question as key?
Yeah, you can this question and the index, like you can concatenate it, and then yeah, you can also do this one. You can also do this one.
Question.
Then what does will React will do it is like if this component re-render it, then React will find us, okay, we have this key, this item dot question, and we already have this DOM element for this key item. Then React will not not recreate this DOM, like do not keep the div or the S2 element. It just use the previous DOM and just reorder it. That's the performance again by like not contacting the DOM or creating the new DOM element. That's why they complain about the key. Am I able to answer it? Or
Yeah,
I
thank
can
you.
show you like, yeah, it will just for reordering, for not creating a new DOM element for that. Okay, so I think that we can now take a break of like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
I'd say so, yeah. Yeah, so let's take a break. Yeah, go to the bathroom, get yourself a drink or snack, or whatever you want to do. If you have questions, we'll be around.
You can ask me.
Break too.
I am just
you can
finding
also
you.
Use the break to go a bit more in depth on any topic if you want to know something about.
Yeah, I can just show you an example, like the input thing, and then you can have a better understanding, like why we need this key thing. I think there's we have this like no, this is not.
Weekend Iranzo, I probably absolutely botched that name, asked if we can put a timer on the screen. Does Zoom has something like that as a feature? Does someone? I don't think so. Yep, just be back at like 16:45 CET. Vince, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
This why I can't find it, like it's there. Code pair. Is everybody returned?
Yeah, let's just wait for 2 more minutes, let's say.
We'll just wait for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that we can start. Okay. So just before going to the break, we will discussing about the key and why it is necessary. So key is the way the React keep track of like your dynamic content, like those map thingy, like when you have this map thingy, and that's the way it will create. So I will just show you an example, like really quick. Like here we are setting dangerous key equals to index. Like when you key equals to index, if you do not provide any key to the React, React will use index as a key. Like it will do it in the backend, but it you an error like, hey, you do not passing key. And when you pass as a key as an index, React knows that, okay, so I know, you know, like what you are doing. Like if you passing me a key, like, you know, like you are doing the right thing. So I will just quickly show you, like this is an input and you type, this is me. And this is a component it will just render. And when you click into that, like add item to the beginning of the list, component will re-render it, like re-render it, and look what we will see. Like you will see like this is dot me was come into the first place. Like whatever you create, it will come into the first place, because React is what React does is like React does not create every component, like every tag element every time when it re-render it. Like whenever it re-render it, it differs from the previous one. And if you find that like this is the same tag, it just manipulate the inner property, like dot inner HTML, dot inner value or something like that. And that's the way React is performance. Like it does not touch the DOM element very quickly. It will just only update that part which is necessary. So when this component is re-rendered, the React is finding that, okay, this is the input component and the old render is also has this input component. And we have to set this value to this new thing, like this is me. But this is me is not the value for the new component. It is for the previous one. And if you set the better key as an ID, and if you type here is like, this is me, and when you add an item to the beginning of the list, you'll find that like it's retained. Like now React will know that, okay, now we have this new list item, like the new dynamic content. But this time React knows that, okay, so this key, this input element has the value this one. And this is the new addition of the input, and I do not have to set this to value this because it is related to this one. And that's why React is performant, because it is not updating the DOM very quickly. And that's why we use key as an ID. Like key, if you provide, we use key in the React. Like for the dynamic content, when you use mapping or things like that, you map over any dynamic component. I think that this explains like why we need key for like key in React for when you mapping over the component or the thing. Is that fine? Like, did you understand? I did not see yes, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have this previous exercise, like we have this previous exercise, like where you have to show the answer, like when the toggle handler will toggle. Okay. I do not know how to, where I left it, like. Okay, so this is like the previous exercise. Okay, so this is the exercise which we have. Like we have to show the answer when we want to click onto the question thing. Like when you want to click the question, the answer will show. So how we can do that? Like, so we just declare in a state, like this dot state, like in the simple React component, like this FAQ item, and we just put it like this dot state dot show. Like if this dot state dot show is true, then we want to show this answer. Is that okay with everyone? Like, did they understand that? Like how we implemented it? We just use our previous knowledge. Yeah.
Yep,
Got it.
people are getting it.
Yeah. So this is just the same thing. Like we define the state like which is so equal to false. And I already explained why we need this curly braces. Like whenever you want to run some JavaScript, we have to put this curly braces, and we just do that. And then we write any JavaScript like this dot state dot show. And if that's true, and this is the AND operator, and then we'll show this answer. Okay. Okay, so now the question comes like how we can toggle that, how we can make this a state like so true or false, like how we can make it this so to true, like how we can do that. And for this, we need this toggle method. And for this toggle method, we want to show that variable. And I think that, do you want to give it a try, or should I just show the exercise, because this will be totally new. Like you can define the toggle method for sure. So what you have to do is like just define a toggle handler, like, and then you can set the show variable to true using the set state function, using the set state method. So you can access the set state using this dot set state, and you can access the show variable using this dot state dot show, and you have to write an event handler like a method with just revert that, like you just revert that, like make it true or false. So I think that just I should go through it because it is totally new. So it will just look like this. Like we have this toggle method, as I told earlier, like toggle, and then we can use the set state function. Like whenever you want to update any state, you have to you have to use the set state method, because this is the API which is used for setting the state provided by the React. And we are passing here like this dot set state, like so is our state. And what we want to set this so state, like we want to just revert it, like just change the true or false. So whatever the state is currently, just revert it. So this is the toggle handler. Just write it just above, like just below the constructor or something, just above the render method, and you are good. Should I proceed?
1 minute.
Okay. Okay, I see. Yes, done. Okay. So the question is comes like how we can call this toggle method. Okay, we defined the toggle, we defined the functionality, but how we gonna call this toggle method? So for calling the toggle method, you use click handlers. Like React provides all the handlers which is provided by the native, like the native default tag. Like you can call any method, like whatever you call using the add event listener, like whatever you do with the add event listener, like on click, on mouse, on hover, like anything you can put there. So we can call this toggle method by this one. Like we have to define this on click on the S2, And we just have to pass this dot toggle to the on click, and then we are able to call this method. I think this is the simple. Like you just have to define the on click, like what happens when we click onto this S2 element. We just want to, when we click, we just want to call this method. And what this method does, it is just revert the show, like it just toggles the show state. So what is the difference? We just added a new method called toggle, and we just added this S2 thing. And this will be our whole like file, like when we done, when you added this toggle and the on click. Now you can able to toggle it, like you can hide the answer, or you can see the answer clicking on the question.
Yeah, if you're done with that and it works, let us know in the chat.
Ready?
Ask questions if
Done.
there are any questions.
Okay. Okay, should I proceed? I think so. Like everybody, like ready, done, it works.
I think
Do
so, yeah.
anybody have any question? Like if you have any question, just put in the Slack or in the chat.
Yeah, rather in the chat here. I'm not actively monitoring the Slack at the moment, but yeah, no one's using the
Yeah.
Slack anyways at the moment. That's good.
Okay, so now we want to delete an item. So what we now we want, like we want to manage this FAQ entries. Like we want to remove the FAQ entries from the list. So what we want is like we want to add a delete button into the delete button to the FAQ item, so that we can delete an FAQ item from the list. And for that we have to define a method for that, and that method name is on delete, which is called when button is pressed. So what you have to do is like just create a button, define a method called on delete, and that's it. Just do that. And I think that it will be an easy one. So I think that I will just go ahead, like I can just show you. So it will be just like that. Like you have this just a button, and we define this on click, like what happens when we click onto that. And we define this dot on delete, because we have this on delete function here method, and we have to implement it. But this is the thing we have to do, like for adding a delete button. Is it fine for everybody? We just added on delete method, and we just added a button on click, and we just this one, what we did with the toggle thingy. Ready?
Adrian's ready.
So now we
Yeah, let's continue.
okay, so now we want to delete this item, like this FAQ question and the answer. And how we can do that? If you remember that the FAQ question and the answer are present in the app component, and we want to delete the FAQ items from the FAQ item components. So we have these two components, app component and FAQ item component, and we want to delete the FAQ items from the FAQ items, which is coming from the app component. So how we can do that? We can do that by passing a callback to the app component. Like we want to rewrite the FAQ item somehow, like it pass an index, like it will pass an ID to the app component to the FAQ item, which needs to be removed. And I think that it will be pretty hard, like if you do not know. So I'll just quickly go through the solution and explain to you. Like we want to delete data item. Okay. So what we want a callback from the app item, because the app item contains the FAQ question and answer. And if you want to update the state of the app item, we can only do with the method which is defined in the app item from the app component, not from the FAQ item. So what we did is like we'll pass a on delete method to the FAQ item, which is called with the proper ID, which is provided by the FAQ item, and we'll remove that FAQ item from the list from the app component. So you can see that we added two new properties like this index. Like now we want to pass in another properties called index and on delete properties. And this on delete will be a function, so that when you click into a button, then on delete function get called. And what does this on delete method cause? It calls the on delete function, which is passed by the app component to the FAQ item. Like see, we are getting this on delete properties, and we are calling this here. Like we are calling this on delete with this dot props dot index. That's the just a simple thing. Like we are added this index thingy and on delete, and we just added this on delete and we're passing this. So what we want, now we want to write the on delete, which we are passing to the FAQ item to the app component, which deletes the FAQ items from the state. So if you look into the solution, it will look like this. Like we are passing the index and the on delete to the FAQ items. Previously, we are just passing the question and the answer to the FAQ item. But now we are passing the index of the FAQ item and also the on delete function. And the on delete function is this one. So what it does is like when you click onto this button, like this dot on delete, this function is getting called. And this function like this dot props dot on delete function call with this dot props dot index. So what does is when you click into that, this function get invoked, and this function is defined in the app.js here. So the index will come from the FAQ item and will just console log the index. Please do that because it's necessary. It is very important steps to know that how we modifying the app component from the child component. Like it is the two-way binding. Like we are modifying and parents from the children using callback. So please do that. And if you have any question, please ask. Like you must be able to see an index property. Like when you click onto the button, like here, you will able to see and console log into your browser like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 or something like that. 0, 1, 2, some number. It not be like undefined or something like that. Anybody have any question? or they stuck at some point.
Erica asked if it's normal that the tests are failing now. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we have added the new prop types.
Yeah.
And also we change the snapshot, like marker of our component. So whenever we change the marker for our component, then we need to update the snapshot. Otherwise the test will be failing. And that's where you know that, okay, I have changed something in test.
Yeah. So to upgrade the snapshot, yarn test dash u would work here again, right? Exactly.
And run yarn test, you are good.
Anthony says he's ready. Then give the other ones a few more minutes.
Okay. Okay, so if you know console log, then must have you must see an error or something.
The console log should only happen when you click on the button, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I copy and paste the thing.
And the console log will only appear in the browser console, right? It should not. I'm not sure, Alok, whether it should appear in your actual.
It will appear on your browser.
Yeah.
Not into the terminal.
Yeah. But you also don't get an error, Adrian, right?
Yeah, no error, but I just oh yeah, it's working. 0. I'll put 0 right now.
Yeah. If you click onto other one, like you will see another console log. Can you do that? Like so.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the other one it will show 1. The first one shows 0.
That's right.
Okay, so if you understand the previous, then this exercise will be very easy. So what you have to do is like you define this on delete, okay? This console log thingy, and currently it's getting executed. So now what you have to do is like whatever index you get, you access the FAQ array, because FAQ is an array, like you can access it using this .state, and you just want to remove the object which is present on that index. Like you want to delete an object from an array, from the array where you have given the index. So you just have to implement that on this on delete function. So I think that you can do that. Like just remove an object from an array where you have given an index. How you can do that? You can access the array by using this state.faq, and then you have to reset the state to this new array. So if you understand the toggling thing, then you can do that. Like you have to use this set state also, and also you have to delete, you have to create a new array. I think that this will be pretty straightforward. Like this is nothing that we can, it's us to learn. Like you can do it, like you can access the FAQ using the this.state.faq, and you store the FAQ, like you get an array, and then you just slice it, slice it, and you just pass that you want to remove one object from the index which is given. This is just an array method provided by the JavaScript. So you can check into that, and you just want to set the new FAQ to this. This is the shorthand structure. Like you can pass and you can create, if you want to create an object, and if you want the key name to be same, you can just pass one like FAQ, and it will assign, it will be expand like FAQ is the key, and value will be the array will be the value of the FAQ. This is the shorthand notation for an object. Everybody understand that, like how we are doing? So if you done that, then when you click into the on delete button, you will able to see like it will be disappear from your view. Okay, so it will be like this, like FAQ is there, and we just change, like we just remove the array from there, and we are just set the new array and can use, so that like deleting thing.
Um, uh, can maybe someone who coded along and it's working, can someone share their screen and show that? Because I think me nor Alok have been coding along with this.
I think that Adrian can show us, or I can also debug Rafael code. Like if you show this screen. Is anybody up for sharing the screen? Like it will like when you click into the on delete, it is just like the to do application. It will just gone from there, and just able to see one FAQ answer.
Okay. Yeah, Erico, then
Rico, can you share your
please
screen?
share your screen. Alok, you don't need to always stop your screen sharing. I've enabled multiple screen sharing at a time.
But I am not able to see other screen if I am sharing mine.
Do I need to allow Erico?
Yes, can delete.
Go. Screen.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, now you can
Rafael,
switch
did
to
you
Erico
able to?
using the view options. Here you go.
Where is the view option?
Okay,
Got it.
Rafael,
Okay.
did you see that?
Should I proceed? Like,
I guess so. Okay, yeah. Level is fine now. I think we can proceed, yeah.
okay. So now we want to add an FAQ item. Like now we have this functionality, like is that like we can delete an FAQ item, we can show the answer or hide it. Now we want to add an item to the FAQ, and how we can do that? So we will just create a form, like if you on the app.js in app.jsx, and just put it there like a form, label, answer, this thing. Just create form with the label question and an input for the question and the text for the answer. I think this is pretty straightforward. Like we just added a new thing, like this form, label, input, and a label for this. Okay. Okay, so now you want to store the question and the answer into the state, because that's the way we can modify a component view based on to that. So how we gonna store that thing? So you can update the state, or when you type something into the input field, then then a on change handler will be called. So you have to do is like you have to create a method like on change handler or something like that, and you want to call this method using on change. So I can just show you because it's new. Like we just added question and answer into the state. Like you see this dot state, and we just added the question and the answer, and we added the two new methods, question and on change answer, and we have this input field. So we have a form label question we input, and we set the value to the this dot state dot the question from here, and this dot state dot answer from here, and we just define a change handler like on change, which calls this dot on change answer, and when you're changing the input for the question, the on change question called. So what happened when you type something into the input field of the question? So on change question field will be called with an event, and we will update to the question with event dot target dot value and the on change answer. Like when you type something into the on change value will be the changed, and then you event field like this dot the state, and the answer is updated to the default value which you type into the text area, and then the value props to the text area with our current created state. I think that's it, like for adding a form. So when so if you add this step, when you type into the question field and the answer field, you have to see the question value and the answer value into the field. So just do that. Just add the value and the on change or into the input and the text area, and just add these two on change question and the on change answer. And also not forget to add the question and the answer in the state. Okay, I think so.
Can we proceed? Is everyone ready? Let us know.
Okay.
Anthony is ready.
So if you understand the, oh, still working on this.
Yeah, let's give Eric a bit more. Okay. Proceed.
Okay. So I think that you also added like now you have to create a submit handler. And if you remember like how we done with on delete handler, like how we set up it, if you really understand it, then it will be easy for you to add this thing. So you see like we have this input type submit value add. So what we want to do is that like when you want to click into that, like on input, like the add button, a on submit method will be called, same as like something like this on delete or something like that. And what we want to do is like we want to set a new FAQ using our state of question and answer and updating our FAQ list. So we just want to get the value of this question and the answer from the state, create a new object, push it to the FAQ, like add the new FAQ array, and just reset it to the empty field, like an empty string. So this will be our submit handler. Do you have to create this? And I think that it will be, if you understand the delete handle, then it will be easy. Like you just create a on submit handler like this one, and you call this event, like you get this event, and you can also you have to define this form on submit on this dot on submit. So when you click into like type submit dot add, then on submit function is getting called. This on submit function is here. So on submit received an event, and what we are doing is like we are setting the state. So we are setting a state by like we have this FAQ. So this is the spread operator from the ES6. Like what it does is like is that it just get all the value from this dot state of FAQ and put it there. And we just want to add this another thing, like this another object question, this dot state dot question, and the answer will be this dot state dot answer. And we want to set the question to the empty string and the answer to the empty string. And you can also see that like you are using the event.prevent.default. As we know that React is a single page application. When you click onto the on submit function, we do not want to make a request or reload our screen. That's why we are preventing it from the default behavior of on submit. I think that's it. Like when you click onto on submit, and if you implemented this, you will able to see that like your input field will be the empty, and you added a new list to the FAQ. You will just see another question and answer. So just add on submit. Okay. So this, did you see this 3 dot? This is called the spread operator, and what it does is like currently you see that we have this FAQ, array, and what does this spread is does is like it just copies this object, like this object and this object, and it contains like all the element which is present into this array. It just copy it like same and just put it there. And you know that like we are creating a new array here, like using the array, and you can think of like this line is just replacing the object from the FAQ and putting it there, and this is will be our third object. It is just the behavior which we want, like okay, so you using the expressing thing instead of the splice. You can also do it in the splice thing, but this is simple because you do not have to create a variable for storing the state, because we just want to make this, we do not just want to just keep it a single line. So this feature provides us that, like it provides you the copy, so you can just flip the splice, flip. You can also do it in the, it is just like what I can say, synthetic sugar or something like that. Like it just give it this behavior of copying things. Otherwise you have to do like a splice 0 to 1, 0 to last or something. Okay. So now we have these two things. Like now we can delete an FAQ item, we can add an item, and we can also toggle the answer. Now we want to edit an item. So what is like when you want to click onto the on edit button, then I want to edit this particular FAQ item. Like we have this question and the answer. And when you want to click onto the edit button, we just want to get an edit view. And we want to change the question and the answer for that view. So what you have to do is like create a button, edit, and then there must be a state like called edit mode or something like that. Like when we click into edit, just create a state which just store the edit mode or the view mode, and then on save handler can for okay, just remove that. Just you have to just create a button that when you click into that button, it will just set an mode for that. So it looked like this. So we created a state in app.js into the FAQ items. Like we given a new state called mode equals to view or mode equals to edit. And we define this two functions like on edit, did the on edit handler and on save handler. Okay, and we have this mode, like we are checking it, like if this dot state dot mode equals to edit, we want to show this form, otherwise show this state. I think that it's understandable, like what we are doing, like we are just setting a state equals to mode, and we define this two mode like on edit and on save, and we define a button for that. We must have button, like on button, like.
Okay, Mike's asking you to explain the then else format. Where is that?
Format. Okay. Yeah. It's here. Like this one.
Ternary operator.
This is the ternary operator. Well, you can see this is the ternary operator. It is the ternary operator in the JavaScript. And what is does is like if this expression is true, then render this thing, only this thing. And if this expression is false, then render this thing.
Exactly. So it's basically a short way to do a if-else statement in like in pretty much every programming language.
So what we did is like we want two modes for the want an edit or view mode. In edit mode, we want to question and the answer. And in view mode, we just want to see the answer. So what we did is like we added a mode equals to view in the like the current when you break that should be in mode like you can't edit it, and we added like a like here on edit like on when you click onto this button, it will call on edit function, and the on edit method is there like there, and you are setting the edit to the this dot set dot mode to the edit, like we are in the edit. And when we change the state to the edit, the component will re-render it. And when the component re-render, it finds out that like this dot state dot mode is equals to edit, then it will render this form. And what this form is like, this form contain a on submit handler, and this form has submit handler and a label of question and input name question, and the text area of the same form the app component. And you can see that this dot on save, like when you click onto when you submit the form, on dot save method is getting called. And we already explained that on save we are setting the mode to the view mode once again, like for when you click onto edit, it set the mode to the edit, and when you save the item, it will change the mode to the view, and we are preventing the default. That's the thing we are just doing, like for adding the edit mode and the view mode in the item. I think you understand that. Like you can see, just added these two new method, and we added a button, and we added this form.
Okay, yeah, same game again. Please let us know in the chat when you're done with that.
This is the component. Okay, so what is dot prevent default? So what is this is like that when you submit a form in a regular HTML, then this form will create a request to a backend. Okay, and then our browser will be reload. Like if you see, like if you submit any form, then our browser will reload like this one, and then we are able to see the content. But since React is a single page application, if you reload the React app, then you might get lost because we now reset the whole state. That's why we use that event.prevent default for submitting the form We do not submit it. We just store the value into a state and make an eject request or something like that. I see. Yeah. If you remove the event.prevent default. And it's necessary because if the browser reload, the React component might get lost the state. Like if you on the edit component on edit state, and when you reload, might be there is a problem like it comes into the view mode, which you do not want. That's why we are using event.prevent default. Okay, so there is another exercise. Like if you understand the on delete function, then you also able to get this one. Like now you have to create an control component like on edit from the app component to the FAQ item, and when you submit this app component, we are going to call this on save item. Like when you save onto the on save, then we want to click this on edit, and we want to change the question and the answer in the app component for that particular index, like for that particular items. I think that is doable. Like it's the same thing with the delete, like we pass the index and also the form value, and then you are good. I will not show you the answer because it is the mixture of the both. To handle this form, like this input thing, how we are going to store the input value from this input and this, and how we are going to send the value of this input to the app component. Into it, like lots of might get. So see that like on FAQ item, we are adding a new property on edit. Okay, and in to new, like the question and the answer, same as the app component, like we did. Okay, and we added the same method what we added in the app component. Like you can see, input text area value equals to this dot state dot answer, and on change will be the this dot on change answer. This one you did it in same like in the app component. And for the question, we are getting from this dot state dot question, and on chain we are calling this dot on chain question. So this is the on chain question. So what we are doing is that like we are just setting the question and the answer in the state, and when you click on the submit button, I told you like on save, you call this on edit, which has been passed to the FAQ item. I can show you. From app.js, we have this on edit new function from the app component to the FAQ item, and we call it here. And see this on edit function getting the index of the FAQ item, the state of the current index of the FAQ item, and the answer. And on into the app.js, you will see that on edit get accepting these parameters like this index, question, and answer. And you can see that we are getting the state of FAQ from and storing into the FAQ variable, and then we are updating the FAQ like this one. FAQ get the index and assign it this question and answer, and then we are setting the this.state.faq, and that's the way we just implemented this on edit functionality. Are you able to understand it? Like how we did the wiring? Can anybody say something? Like if you are doing just first update the FAQ item, and then we can once again explain like how we wire up the on edit function. Just remove it or something like that. Just forget about it. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Less than a few more minutes. I'll go to the bathroom really quick. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
If you are not able to understand anything, please ask. Like I can explain one more time. Like if you do not understand anything.
Yeah, this Adrian. So can you just walk us through how this the logic, how this I mean I'm just kind of confused a little bit between how the data transfer between the FAQ item and the app.js, how they pass back and forth.
Okay, so did you able to understand this on change? Like when you typing onto input, this on change question is called, and we set the question, like the state. Okay, did you able to understand this?
Yes, I can understand.
On change, yeah. So you are able to understand the on change and on change answer. Okay, so now we are on save. Like you are in edit mode. We change the question and the answer, and when you press the on save button, okay. So when you press the on save, like when you press the save button, it will dot on save. Okay, this on save will receive this event and just forget about it, and then we set the okay. So we set this from edit mode to the view mode. Okay, and then we call this function this dot props dot on edit. Okay, and this dot props dot on edit function comes from the app component. You can define definition here like this on edit on JS on edit function, and this on edit function accepting 3 arguments like index, question, and answer. So we need to pass these 3 arguments to the on edit. And if you go to the FAQ item, you'll able to see that we are passing this like this dot props dot index, this dot state dot question, like the current question and the current answer, which is present into the state. Okay. Then we get this. Now accessing the state from the FAQ. Okay. So we have this FAQ. We accessed it. Then we are accessing the index, the FAQ which is present on the given index. Like when you edit the first element, it will be the 0. So we access this one. Okay, so this FAQ index, it will give you this one. Like this will be the array. Like this, the array will donate the first, like the 0th element, and we pass this new object to this index. Like it will be assigning like that will like array 0 index put my name. So it will like that, like okay, so we have this array FAQ and we have this index like 0 1 2 3. So it will be like 0 1 or 2, and then assign this variable to this. So I put this new question and answer to the this index, and we are just setting this dot state dot FAQ, our new FAQ, and that way we are able to edit. Are you able to understand it?
Yes, I'm following. Yes, I'm doing
like
good
how
on the end.
Okay,
so and then after we save this, so we will update this new FAQ back to the app.js.
Yeah, yeah.
It stores set state.
So you can see it here, like this one, like we updated the FAQ at a particular index, and then we set the state here.
Yes.
Okay. I think
Yes, thank you.
then you are able to edit. Okay. I think that we have enough time for this. Okay. So now we like complete basic React, like how we do the React, like how we update an state, how we talk to the parent to the children and the children to the parent. Like when we pass the properties from parent to FAQ item, it's the relation between the parents to the children. And when you do like the deleting things or editing things, we are passing the value from children to the app. So this is like the two-way binding, like how this React works. Like if you want to change something from parent to children, you just pass the properties. And if you want to change something into parent component, you just pass the callback from the parent component, and then we are good. So now we talk about another technology, like another dependency or the technology you can tell is Redux. And you can see that like currently we are storing all our state in our component. Like we have this app component, we are storing our state in the app component, and we have this our child component, like the FAQ item, which is the child component, and we are storing all the state regarding the FAQ item into the in its local file. But if we have this large amount, like an app like Volto or something like that, then we have lots of components, and these component depends on lots of other components, and we need to talk about them, like how we going to, like once we updated the profile, we want to change another component, and how we can do that. So React does not allow that. Like in React, you can only pass the properties in a single tree. Like you can only pass properties to the component which is direct descendant of that tree. And if it belongs to the another tree, like you can't pass it. So I can not so I can't like show you like what I mean by the tree, but you can think of it like is that, like if the two component has a common parent, then we are able to pass the both children to same state, like the same properties. But if the two components entirely independent and they do not depend on any common parent, then we can't share the state logic between them. And that's where the Redux sign, like Redux just give you functionality or the higher order component in which you can just store all your state at one place, like at like the root of the project, and you can access this state by just choosing it. Like if I want to, like I will just put all my state logic, like the current FAQ and the question and the answer and the other state related to the FAQ item, and put it into the Redux store, and then I can access the store access individual component, like in the app.jx or in the FAQ item. You can able to understand once we are like going to when we do the exercise or proceed the training. So you can just think of it like is like a Redux store where you can put all our data or something like that, and then you can just go to the store and get the state whatever you want. So we start with installing the dependency, like the Redux. So just do that, like yarn add Redux or React Redux or npm add Redux or React Redux. I do not npm install Redux and React Redux. I think that then I can explore, like we can do it in the background. So how Redux works? So Redux is that like we'll create an action for for updating the state and for updating the store. So create a file like in source, like go to your source directory and create an action /index.js with this thing like add FAQ item. You can also write the similar like edit FAQ item and the delete FAQ item. Like you can see it is very similar to like our method. Like you can see like in edit FAQ items, we are accessing the index, question, and the answer. And we have this type and then we are passing it. And for adding, we have this question and the answer. And for deleting, we are just passing the index. The action like a method like which we defined earlier. Okay. I think then we have this reducer. Are we good? Like, can I proceed? Like this is the
do we so we create the actions folders
slash
under the source, and then we create another index.js,
yeah.
and then we put all these
Yeah.
actions here.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah, let's give Eric also some more time. He just installed Redux.
Just like that. Okay. So we you see the action. Now we create a reducer. Like just create a reducer FAQ.js. And reducer is a pure function. Means it does not have any side effect. So what does it mean by the pure function? Pure function is that like you can't modify it with the external data. Like if you give any input, it will return the same output every time. Like if you add if you have any square function and you will pass out any parameters like 5, like 100 times, it will return you 25 every time. So this type of function is called a pure function. And if you have any function which depends on other things like any external things, then it is an impure function. So reducer is a pure function, and it will just take the previous state and the action, and then it will return a new state. So it will be just look like this, like constant FAQ. It will take an state and the action, and when it receives an action, it updates the state and returns you a new state. So please add this into reducer FAQ.js. Okay. I think that you are able to create the reducer.faq.js. I think so. So now we are going to fill the reducer function. Like we use the, we will just fill that like this one. Like we'll define a switch statement. And the switch works like is that, like if the case is if the case is matched, then it will return the new state. So it's work like is that, like just write it like switch action dot type, and if the case is add FAQ item, take the state like spread it and add this one, and if this edit, spread the state, take out the action, edit it. Like it is the same thing like what we did, like how we are updating the state just with the reducer function. Same with the delete, like FAQ splice action x1, return FAQ, and the statement return the state. I think it is understandable. The same thing like how we are handling that. So this is like how we are like the method function, and this is like the method body. I will explain like how it's wired up and everything. Okay, are you done with that? Like reducer and the action thingy? Okay. Then we have this combined multiple reducer. So what we have, like we can create reducer for every component. Okay, so we can create reducer for handling any specific part of the data or for any component. So if we have this FAQ items, we can create a reducer for that. If we have this app item, like the app.js, we can create another reducer for that. If we want to create a reducer for the comment section, you can do that. You can create like for every component, you can create a reducer. And we can combine this all reducer using a function called combine reducer, which is provided by the Redux Redux dependency. And you can do this like just create a reducer.index.js and import the combined reducer from the Redux and import FAQ from .faq and export default combined reducer. And if you want to like how this combined reducer works, and if you want to see, like you can go to Volto somewhere which uses Redux, and you can find that like we define reducer for everything, like for commenting, for the add-on part, for the language and the everything. So it is just for combining all the reducer. Is it done? Okay. Okay, so as you know that reducer is a pure function, we can write a test for that. Okay, so it is the same as like that I explained earlier as the add function. Like if you have this add function or the square function, and if you pass 5 like for 100 times, it will return 25, and that's where the Redux sign, and that's why we can write the test for the reducer. Like we can pass an state and an action, and then we can just assert it, like whether we able to get that or not. So this is the simple unit test for reducer. You can write the test for reducer like for whatever for your company or for your app, like this one. Like you can see, like we are passing this type add FAQ item and the question and the answer, and it will must return a question and the answer state. I can show you, like if I go previous, like when you call this, it will go here and it will matches the add.faq item, and then will return the state, and the state is an empty array. Then we'll return the question and the answer which you passed like question dot answer and answer. That's why this test will pass. Okay. I think this is pretty straightforward. Like we're just testing and a function, like a simple add, multiply, or simple function. Like we are importing the FAQ function, passing an empty array and an action, and we're returning. Okay, are we done? Okay. Then we have to write the unit test for the edit and the delete action, and I can show you like it is the same thing. Like we pass an state like the question and the answer, and we have this edit FAQ item, and we know that this present on the index 0, and we have this question, and we just assert that this question should be that, like the new question. What is the answer to the live, and this is for the delete. So you can also, so we quickly write the test for the edit FAQ item also and the delete FAQ item also.
So could you explain a little bit on the it on the first on the line 16 and line 35? Why there's a it in the?
Okay, so it is like a test assertion, like when you run the yarn test, and you will see like it will show you like is able to handle the edit FAQ item. So when you run the yarn test, then it will go to the FAQ test.js, and then it goes to the describe function, and it calls okay, which is into that.
You just like it. Can you say again? You mean after you run the FAQ.test.js?
Okay, so you run the FAQ test function and just will call this describe function, okay? And this describe function returns you an object or something like this one, like this it thingy, like lots of it thingy, like if you like there will be 3, and just will call this it every time for every other for like the looping thing, like it will call it this like an object or something like that, this function.
Yeah,
Okay.
Timo just sent some additional information to that into the chat, so if you want to look further into that, you can check that out.
Yeah, thank you for the info.
Yeah.
Thanks to Timo, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. So now we have this thing, like we have action thing and reducer thing. Now we want to wire up. Like you can't do anything right now. Like we just created a two new directories, action and the reducer, but we haven't achieved anything. So now we can connect it to the like test store. So here is the like FAQ component. App component is the similar to the app.js file, like the previous one. And this is like our new. And next, and now you can just add this one. You just need a provider from React Redux and import create store, and import this one also, like this one, this only 3 line, and this store, like create a store and connect this with the app. So what we are doing, like we are creating a store from the Redux using create a store, and we are providing the store to our whole app UI, and we are passing this store. It will come into picture once we done with this all boilerplate. That's why they call is that the Redux has lots of boilerplate into that. That's why lots of people hate it, do not use Redux or something like that. Are we done with that? Like just create a component faq.js, copy everything from app.js to that, and app.js just do this component, like just add this. Okay.
Yeah. Give it some more time. I think that's quite a large task.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for the app.js. Do we create a new app.js under component file, under component folder, or we just make change?
We created a new component, new file in components named as faq.jxx. Okay, you can see
Yes.
it like in my screen. Just create a faq.jsx, copy everything from the app.js and put it there. Just that's it.
And what do we do with the old app.js? Can you quickly show that
We will
again?
put this boilerplate code. And we in app.js, we'll put this boilerplate.
So for the old.js, we'll put this part, what you're seeing in the screen, into the old old app.js.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anybody fix it? Like they are ready. You just have to copy the old app.js to another file called faq.js, and replace the app.js code with this. That's it.
Okay, Erico's done.
Okay.
Adrian is done. Can we continue, or is there anyone we should wait for?
Okay, I think we can.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we are in the position like how we can get the data from the store. Like, okay, we have this store and it's currently it's a store, and how we going to access this store from the component. So React Redux provides a function called connect. Can you see? Like you can just write it, and you pass the connect function receives two function. Like the first one will be like it is called like map state to props. Like what we will does, like we'll take the state from the store and map it to the props. And the another way it is called is like map dispatch to props. Like it will be like you dispatch an action. So connect takes these two function, and then we pass our FAQ as another function to the connect. So in that way, what does this connect function will does is like it will give you the state from the store and the props, which is the props of the FAQ items. And what it will be return is will be like that, like it's returning an FAQ props, which you can access into this FAQ component. So it is little bit complex, but once you get hang of it, you can get it. Like then you can access this FAQ using this.props.faq in FAQ component. And you need that, like this is a little bit complex, but this is how we get the state from the store and how we dispatch the action from the view. So how Redux works is like we have this component, we dispatch, you dispatch like that, like add FAQ item. This action updated the reducer, then reducer send the state to the function, and then function receive this FAQ, and then this view is re-rendered. That's the whole idea. That's the whole circle. Okay. Should we move forward? Like, can I proceed?
Yeah, let's wait.
Which part?
Could you explain again the static props we have now for the FAQ and the connect?
Okay, yeah. So the static types. So you understand like why we need these prop types for just. So we have this FAQ, and FAQ has an array. Okay, you see like we have this array, and we are then have this array has an object.
Perfect.
So we okay. So this FAQ has an prop types of like prop type, like we previous, like if you see for question and answer, we have this string prop types dot string. Okay, now for FAQ, since it is a type of array, we are calling it like, okay, React FAQ has an array of like FAQ is an array. Okay, so prop type dot array of, And what is the structure of this array? So what this array contains? So this array contains a object, like you can define a shape, like this array contains type of this type of object or this type of value. So this value is like, what is the shape of value? Like this, the shape of value will be like an object, and this object has a question and the answer field, and the question is type of a string which is required, like you have to pass it, and it also has this answer, and you have to it is also has a type of a string and is required. Are you able to understand this FAQ
So
thing?
far,
That
so
prop type
so
thing?
far so good. I understand the concept of props and why they're there, but basically what you're trying to do is to kind of a way of mapping the state with the existing props. Is this correct?
Are you talking about prop types or from the connect?
Yeah, the connection between them, because I understand what prop types are for, and I
Okay.
did not understand the connect in the end. Why it
Okay,
was
okay.
there.
Okay, so we have this store, okay? Like we define a
Yeah.
store. And now you want to access the state, like you need that, like we have this reducer and we pass the action, it will return a new state. So how we going to access this state in our component? So we can access the state in our component using this connect function, okay? So what does this connect does is like, it will tell you to pass you two functions, okay? So it is like this shorthand, like you can also refactor it to another function and call it like map state to props. So from the naming of function, you can think of it like this: we get the state from a store, okay? And then
Okay.
make this state to props to the component. Okay, so you can access the state in the component like this dot state one. Okay, so it's mapping. So you are mapping the state to the props for the component.
And then we are basically deleting part of the code that used to do the on delete, on edit, and the default state.
Yeah, because we already defined this into our action file. If you look into the action file, you will look the similar kind of thing. You go to the action
Okay.
or index.js,
Yeah,
you will
makes
see
makes
like
sense.
we have this add.
Now,
Yeah.
now I understand.
Okay, that's why we do not need this. Okay. Okay, so now we removed a bunch of code like we do not need. And we are importing connect from React Redux and add FAQ item from the action. And then you can see that this is the FAQ. And you think that we will be mapping over this. Like you see, like we are getting this FAQ from the state, and we are accessing this FAQ via props, like this dot props dot FAQ, then map, and then you can see like we are passing is this FAQ item and form on submit. Like this is for addition. And you can see like if I can show you, like when you click on submit button, on submit, you will see like we have this one, like this dot props dot add FAQ items. And where this add FAQ items come from, it's come from this mapping, this one.
Okay.
This is the function
okay.
we are accessing using the props. So this is the state, like whatever you return, you will access via props, like the props API, like this dot props, whatever you return, like it's not a single value, like, and this is the thing which you dispatch. So you can access it by this one, like this dot props dot. Okay, is it like, can you understand now, like how it's done, like mapping? I think so. It is clear.
Yep.
Okay. So what we did is like we just import prop types. No, we just import add FAQ items. Then we have this static prop types. Like we change this and we remove the FAQ from the state, We deleted the on delete because we have action for this. We deleted the on edit because we have this action for this. For adding FAQ items, like we are currently adding the items using the set state. Like you can see, like we are setting the FAQ item by spreading the previous FAQ, then adding the new object. We are doing by our now props. Like we are just passing this prop, this dot state question, this dot state dot answer. And then previously we are mapping with this dot state dot FAQ. Now we are mapping with this dot props dot FAQ dot map. This FAQ comes from here. And I already explained that this add FAQ items come from here. So now we have this add thing in place. I think that now we can also have like the edit thing and the delete action. You can also do that. And I think that you can do that by this, like you import the edit FAQ items and the delete FAQ items. You can do that, like please go to the FAQ item and try to connect the edit and the delete action from there. Then I can explain. Like now you have to connect the edit and delete action in FAQ item. Okay, I think that I should explain it. Like, can I explain? Like, it is same like the FAQ.js. It does not has to be super complex or something like that. Should I continue?
Yes.
Failing test. Miro has a failing test. Is that normal, Alok?
Like, I do not know. Like, oh, maybe because we changed the structure of FAQ item.
Possibly.
Maybe. I do not know. Possibly, yeah. I need to see like what.
Do the others also have that failing test?
So I have a question. I also have a failing test, but I mean, what do we look like in the browser? What should we look after we implemented all this change?
We do not see
anything.
Yeah, you
just like
it will be just like for the developer purpose for maintaining your app. Like if your app has like 10,000 component, if your app has like 500 or like 500 or 1,000 component or 2,000 component, how are you going to access the state from one component to another? Like you can access by just like properties. Like what we have this 5 component, children, sub-children, great children, and another, and you wanted to access the state of app.js to this great children. How you can do that? You can only do that by passing the properties down, like in the children, and the children. Okay. And if you have a large app, it is not feasible, like for doing that. So what Redux will does that, like it will give you a room or a store, and you just connect this store to the component, and then this component can access this store or the state, like the current state of the app, and it will render the view based on that. Yeah, storage should be provided in the app component. Yeah, it's already provided. Like if you see the app.js, find that we have this provider wrapper, and we are passing a store to the app. Yeah, the tests do not include the provider. Okay, yeah.
Can you fix up the test just by running the yarn test dev view to automatically update the snapshots, or is there
no, it will be complaining like provider is not a function.
Okay, so
yeah, we have to mock this
that. Yeah,
provider. Yeah, and we can do that. I think just create a store object, get the provider from the React Redux, and just give it
inside the test.
Just give it an empty object, then we are good.
Alok or Jacob,
Then
can
you
you
are good.
write that and share with us so we have at least an idea how to mock this?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that we already have this. Where it is.
Alok, do you have something to show there?
I think I can, like, but I'm 100% sure, like it will, but it will be like this. Yes, like I take it somewhere. Let me show you. So it will be look like this, I think. So you have this. Can you see my screen? So do this like this. Const store equals to this, and then import provider from React Redux, like same as app.js, and then wrap the provider like the component which you are writing the test, and pass it like store equals to this thingy, and that's your component, and that's like this. I think that will be, this will look like this, and then you are good. I can show you, like, I can show you in Plone Volto. We will be doing something like that. Provide. Build test. Okay. Oh yeah, I can show you. This is for React Intel index. Configure store. I think the store will be like this. Yeah, you have to like this one. You have to Redux mock store. Like you have to do something like this.
I
Let
guess you
me
need to install that first,
a
right?
simple example. Yeah, I just wanted a simple example like provider example. I think that I can do that. I think mine approach should also work. Are you able to do that? Like, or do I need this one?
I tried and I failed.
Hmm.
Like, can no, you have to do this. Like, can you install an repo? Like, let me show you. Can
I
you
can
just
on a chat and I can
install
take a look.
Spectral? Okay, so it's like. Just install this. Ah, sorry. Just install Redux and then configure mock store. No, you have to mock this like you have to pass the store, and store should be like FAQ, and then you have to do that, but you do not need to like mock store. Okay, are you able to install it like Redux mock store?
Yes, that's done.
Then write this line like const mock store configure store. Like I will paste this on the chat. Then after doing that, then you have to just just pass an empty object. Then const store equals to store empty object, and then you have to do this like the previous thing. This provider Okay. And just wrap your component with that. I think then we are good.
Yeah, there's something else missing. We can go on, and then I'll try to find out.
Yeah. Maybe I can just uh, paste a link in training React after finishing the training, like how you can do that, like this testing. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So did you able to refactor the FAQ item.jx with our actions? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems so. All right.
Okay. So yeah. So you did it like this. Like let me explain. Like for everybody, like we imported the connect from that Redux, and then we imported the edit FAQ items and the delete FAQ items from the actions. Okay. And we remove the on delete and the on edit, which we previously getting from the app projects, which we are not. And we are just adding the edit FAQ for the prop types. And on delete, we previously passing like on delete the same as this one, but this function is coming from app, and this is the action like which you are passing. This is coming from the app, and this is the action, and it's both come from here, like edit FAQ item and delete FAQ item. Does it make sense? Like how we did that? I think so. I think so. Oh, okay. Then I'll move. Okay. So as you can see, like if you go your current localhost, you are not able to see the previous, like the question and the answer. Like you will see an empty, like you do not see any view or anything before you, but you can add the FAQ item. Like if you add the FAQ, like the question and the answer, then you are able to see the FAQ. Otherwise you are not. For any external data will, okay. Yeah. So I have a warning, like okay. Now uh, uh, for persisting our, like our providing our initial data, like the previous one, like when you load, like we have this 2 FAQ, and then we can edit or delete or something like that. Like we can create a simple backend for that, for to fetch our initial data, and we'll create a simple server, like just install yarn add express and create a server.js file and put this thing. This is how we fetch the data. Like this is this will show like how we can make an AJAX request and populate the data. Okay, just create a server.js in the root of your directory, like where the package.json is, and then create a server.js and please install express, and then just put this code. Okay, so are you able to create the server.js? Okay, so you can run your newly created server by node server.js. Please do that. And now you have to write the action to fetch the items from the backend. So go to your action.index.js file and put this one.
I have a question for the server.js. Where did you put it in?
In root of the folder where package.json resides, like just beside it. You can see a package.json. Just go to the root of the folder.
Oh,
like
root of the folder. Okay, okay.
Where? Okay. You can find the package.json and other, like the source directory. The source directory is just
Okay,
below.
okay, good. It's good.
Focus. So just write it and find your server and then go to action/index.js and write this function, like write this action. Okay, so I proceed. Like, I think you all able to do that. Like, you have this server listening on port.
Yeah, that should be quite straightforward.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Can anybody just okay? You also able to write this action.index.js. I think so. Just put it there. Okay. So this is the most confusing part throughout the training. So please bear with me. Like, okay, so as you know that, like, uh, you like the React is synchronous, and the problems comes whenever we have this async nature came in our in our app or something like that, or in anything. Like if you have this async nature, then it creates lots of problem. So in Redux, you can't create any async nature because Redux is a pure function. Like you can't write any await or you can't write any async function because it will return you every time a new response based on the data present in the backend or somewhere else. And in action, you see that like it's also a pure function type. Like you just return something and it passes to the dispatch. So how are we going to make a backend request So Redux provides you a middleware. Like you can write a middleware, and this middleware all the async request, and this middleware will be responsible for dispatching the request, like getting the reducer, and then reducer send update the store, and then we'll see the updated view for the component. Are you able to understand it? Like, are you clear like how this works? Like when you create an action, and we have this action and reducer, and we can't create async request using Redux. So Redux provides this middleware, like you can add this middleware, and middleware will be responsible for making the async request and dispatching the request to the reducer. I think that's the most important thing. Like this is the first step. Then I will explain the middleware code. Can I say yes or no? Okay. So first, create a middleware slash API.js file, like in the root of project. Like just create middleware and API.js, and put this code, and then I can explain you like what this code does. Okay, so I think that's easy. Like you can do that. So you can see that like in app.js, we are requiring a function called apply middleware. This is the middle function which is provided by the Redux, which enable us to pass us our middleware. And we import our API, like if we export this function, like this one, and we get this from the middleware API, okay? And during the creation of a store, we are applying this middleware, like this middleware, apply middleware or API, and we are passing our middleware, which is API. Okay. So we are wire this up, and let's see how this works. Like how this work will be like this. Like you have this view component, and this view component will fire an action. Then this action dispatches a request, and between the reducer and the action, this middleware lives. And this middleware get a function structure like this. This is the closure function structure. Like it will get a store, and then it will return a function. Okay, this is the arrow syntax. Then this function is called with the next, and then it will return a function. And at the last, we have this action. You will receive an action, and this whole thing will be executed. I think it's clear. Like we have this store next action, like the closure thing. Like if we have this function, and the function returns another function, and function returns another function, and a function returns another function. Yeah, kind of a wrapper. Okay. So now we can see that in action, like we have this action thingy, like, and this action comes from this, and this is the same action which this object represent, like this one, this whole object. So this action will be having type, request, and the other thing, the rest thing. And if this action does not have request, they will simply dispatch the action. Then we'll simply dispatch this. Next will be like passing to the next step, and that will be the reducer. Like this next will just pass the action to the reducer. Okay. And if there is a request, we'll just pass a type of pending, and this pending will be make the reducer to be loading a state or something like that. And then we'll make a promise, like the fetch will fetches the promise, and when the promise resolve, we are paste the next with the type of success. like if we have this action like get FAQ items, then the first of all, it will be like get FAQ item pending. And once the promise is resolved, we will get like like the get FAQ item success, and then we are returning the action promise. Is that clear? Like how we updated the store 2 times, like one for the pending state and one for the success state. I think so. Okay.
Yeah.
So that proceed. Right.
Ramiro, you want to say something or? Okay,
I
we
did
can
not
proceed.
understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
I was kind of trying to read by myself again and again, just to be
Yeah.
clarified in my mind. So that's the joke.
Okay.
You can continue.
Yeah, it's complex. It's also like when I first read it, like it's confusing. Like this thing will
Yep.
take time. Like you can't understand like on first go. Like just yeah.
I was kind of trying to connect what you are saying with the code. The thing.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't get that now, don't worry, because at least for the Volto training tomorrow, this is not important at all. This middleware is already completely finished, implemented in Volto, and you don't.
Yeah, I will like
use it that
assume
deep
it.
in detail.
Yeah, I assume it's working.
Okay.
Okay. No. It will work like if you have this implementation. Yeah, it is like this simple, like a store next action, and you will like we have this closure thingy, and you can access this store or next anytime,
Yeah.
like in this functional scope.
Yeah, I believe it's kind
Yeah.
of. I think our we do in decorators. You implement a wrapper, so I believe you can like kind of call next when you want, before or next something, every time you want. I mean, anytime you want.
Yeah,
Like
you can pass as many acts like
yeah, you call it next in the line 5 and line 8. When you want, you
8.
can call when you want. Yeah, 16. Yes,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, because we can access it like because of closure. Like this function returns this function and this function returns this function. So this inner block scope has the can access this next variable also and the store variable also.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's how we are. That's how we dispatching the request. Like type will be the pending and the rest, and then we are also doing it there, like here. Okay, so once you get of it, like if you see some implementation like on internet or something like how it works, you can get it like, yeah, it's works. Okay, so that's our middleware, and if you did that, then we are good. Like we are then we just have to write the reducer to get the access. Like currently we have this thing, like the middleware is set up, the action is there, but we do not have this reducer. So we need to change the reducer, the give FAQ item success, Like you can see, like we do not have this pending action. Like, and you can add like FAQ, get FAQ item / pending, and you can put a console of, okay, it's pending, and you will see there. But this will be like the simple case, like you do not want to cover anything, like everything. So you just put this case there. Like if the action is type of get FAQ item success, then do that, like just return the action.data. And this action or data will come from here. Like if I can see, like we are response.json.faq, like we are just returning this array. Okay. Okay, so we have this thing, and we just we have this use lifecycle method. So React provide you lifecycle some lifecycle method, like for React runs on 3 times, like in 3 phase. Like the first one will be like just coming to the existence, and second will be like living through it, like living its life, like re-rendering it, and third will be like the death or something, like the exit. Okay, so the React provides some lifecycle method. So we are going to use a lifecycle method called component did mount, and this method is called by the React during the instantiation of the component. So this component did mount is called by the React itself, and it runs when our component is getting rendered to the view, like in the browser. So we just get the get FAQ items from the action. You can just write it in the faq.js file, and just write this code like this props.get FAQ items, and we added this get FAQ items from there. And you can see that we also connected it here, like get FAQ items, and then we call it, and then we also set it like get FAQ items. Okay, did you get it? How we did that? Like we created this function like in previous. I can show you, like, do not get confused. Like we created this get FAQ items in action / index.js, and this get FAQ items gets called, and it dispatches a request. Okay. So when you call to this.props.get FAQ items, this action has been dispatched, and this action is then passed out to our middleware. Okay, this function. Then we'll destructure the request from the action, and if there is no request, we'll simply pass the action. But since our action contains the request, we will pass the pending function. But you can see that a reducer, we are not handling it. We created an action.promise, like we fetch the request, and after we getting the response, we are passing the next, like the data and the type to success. And in reducer, like if I can show you, like in reducer, we are getting this get FAQ item success, and the item will be the new state will be this action.data. Like we'll get this action.data, which is passed by our backend, and this is our backend, and this is the data which will be our new state, and when the component re-renders, it will get the state from the FAQ, like this one, this the state.faq, and then we are able to see our FAQ question and answer, the first 2 FAQ question and answer. Can you do that? Like, please wire it up, and then you are able to see it. If you did the previous step, just add the component did mount, somewhere it's here, like this one, like component did mount. You can also the prop types if you want, like just add this and then you are good. Like if you did the previous thing. Are you done with that? I think so. You just have to add this like component did mount this line. Okay. Then you are able to see the first two FAQ items. Okay, so that's the Redux part, and now we are going to cover the routing things, like how you're going to do the routing in the client side. So for that, yes, I was running the test. We'll check the progress. Okay, so now we are going to handle the routing things. So for that, we will add the React Router DOM, which will provide the client-side routing for our app. So quickly do that. Okay, I think then we'll continue tomorrow, like this routing section. Or I can quickly show you, like it will be not like we have. We have to cover it. What we do, Jakob? We do not know.
I would suggest we finish tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can do so. Also, I think this part here, this is all not really relevant as a base for the Volto training tomorrow. This is
Yeah, you just need to understanding about the Redux thing and the React, and we cover it like those internal, like the Redux XM and the React, and it's all completed. It's just the routing. Maybe we can do in half an hour, like quickly go through it.
Yeah, sure. We can do another half an hour tomorrow on that.
Yeah, and maybe you can just go through it like tomorrow, like by your own, and then we can quickly wrap up in half an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems fair.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we want to call it a day at this point. That's all right with everyone.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. See you tomorrow. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Jakob. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. Looking forward
to
to
tomorrow.
that.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you tomorrow.